Zoom user, can you hear me? Zoom user, can you hear me? Zoom user? Zoom user, can you hear me?
You sound like you're like in a spaceship, like Earth. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yeah,
Earth,
now I
anyone
can.
there?
How's this? Does that sound any better?
No. You were fine. No,
Oh.
you were fine. It was just funny how you were saying it. No,
Oh,
no, I can hear you perfectly fine.
okay. Because I'm not getting any response from Zoom user.
Yeah, you know what I do? I don't know. Uh, do you know how to type in there, like turn your audio on or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me do that.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Zoom user.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Are you in the meeting here as Zoom user?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I'm in.
Okay, we can hear you now.
You can hear me? Okay.
I can hear you now. And what is your actual name, sir?
Big Bad D.
Okay. All right. And 1 second. What is your actual name?
Big Bad D.
Big Bad D. Okay, got it. All right, so I'm renaming you right now so that they know who they're speaking with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And And did you want to speak with the court-appointed attorney today, sir, or not?
No.
Okay, so just direct to the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. And let me see, gotta bring you up here. I'm going to move us into the meeting room. Give me just a moment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The person who just signed on, you should see. Good morning, Caitlin. How are you?
Good morning, Marianne. I'm good. How about yourself?
So far, so good.
Good.
The sun is shining and it makes the heck of a difference, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, especially this winter. I don't know what it was.
No, it was just long.
Mhm. Yeah.
I just made you co-host so you can do your thing.
Thank you.
The person who just joined as TCL, can you hear me? The person who's identified as TCL, can you hear me?
Can't get my camera to show.
You should see an invitation to join a breakout room. You need to click on that, please. Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I just made you co-host, and let's see.
Oh, that just always makes me feel good.
You feel so special, right?
It's just like I'm really made it,
Yeah, I got it. There's already 3 people in the waiting room.
Jesus.
I know, here we go.
Good thing I came in early, huh?
Yep.
Morning, Caitlin.
Morning, sunshine.
You know why they call me that?
Do I want to know?
Because I'm so bright.
That's true.
Hon, did I get the offers?
I think Marlisa sent them to you, but I can send them again.
Could you? Because I don't know if I do have them.
I can. Do you want them via email?
What's that?
Do you want them via email?
Could you, well, what are the other options? Send them text?
I could try to send them text. Would that be easier?
I don't know, I have an extra computer with, I'm so prepared.
I'm
I
proud
have
of
the extra computer, so I could, just send them to my email. I'll use that.
Right, I can do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I need to talk with you about an upcoming matter.
Sounds fun.
Oh, it's gonna be grueling. It's gonna cause problems between you and I, a rift.
Oh, I'm sure. All right, it's sent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Certainly.
Morning, Mr. Bernstein. Yeah, there's somebody now that's also in your meeting room, Jeff.
Oh, so have I put another one in there?
There's, if you just did that, Mark, yeah, okay. I
I
got
just
it.
did that, hon.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Marianne.
Yes, hi.
Hi, can we just get a new date on Delmar Carr?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Sure, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you're fine. I've got April 27th or May 11th. Either, whatever you prefer.
May
Whatever.
11th would be safer for me if possible.
Okay, May 11th. At 8:40.
Sure. Sounds good.
I think that, but if you can hold on, the judge will probably want to call the case.
Okay.
And I'll let her know of the adjourned date.
Thanks, Marianne.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll hang tight then.
Yep, she's on her way.
Marianne,
Yes,
do we have Mr. Young yet?
no, not yet.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to put my gentleman on hold.
Hey, Royce, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm
Morning.
good. How about yourself?
Very good, thanks.
Good.
Right.
Good morning. It is Thursday, April 13, 2023. This is courtroom number 1. I am Judge Martin. Today's docket are misdemeanors out of Huron Township and Sumter Township. If you do not have a criminal case arising out of either of those two communities, you are not in the proper location. You may send a chat to Marianne. She'll help you get where you need to be. These are 23HR01169 A and B. These are Huron Township versus Delmar Carr. May I have your appearances, please?
Caitlin Foley Carter on behalf of Huron Township, Your Honor.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Carr, who is present on the Zoom call.
State your name for me, please, Mr. Carr.
Hi, Delmar Carr, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bernstein, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, as to the arraignment, I would ask the court to please waive reading of the complaint, and Mr. Carr stands mute. And as to the pretrial, I'm hoping to have Mr. Carr screened for the treatment court and hoping for some time to put him in touch with the treatment court coordinator to make that happen, Your Honor. And we were given some available dates, and May 11th was one of them, and that works well for us if that works for the court.
May 11th at what time, Mary Ann?
8:40.
At 8:40 a.m. back here on Zoom, back in number 1. In the interim, we are referring the cases to probation. I'm sorry, Ms. Foley Carter, do you have any objection to that adjournment and Mr. Carr being referred to probation for screening for treatment court?
I have no objection. I told Mr. Bernstein that I would reach out to Shannon regarding this case and hopefully we can get the ball rolling on drug treatment court.
Thank you, ma'am. In the meantime, Mr. Carr, your bond will be set at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court and cooperate until the case is resolved in its entirety. The notation, the file is that the matter has been referred to the probation department for screening for treatment court. Ms. Foley Carter, you've indicated you've already reached out to Ms. Rapp from that program. They'll be in touch with you, Mr. Carr, and we'll figure out next steps. At the outside, I will see you on May 11th at 8:40 in the morning. Anything else on behalf of the township?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Carr?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too, sir. This is HR 00938 AOT. Huron Township versus Timothy Wilkerson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Roy Snelly appearing on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we're just asking for an adjournment. He had an expired license. He had to order his birth certificate in order to get it taken care of. So he's done that. He's just waiting for it to get there. So he just needs a little bit more time.
State your name for me, please, Mr. Wilkerson.
That is Timothy Wilkerson, ma'am.
Thank you. We lost Ms. Foley Carter. Mr. Wilkerson, your bond will be set at $1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your adjourned date will be
April 27th at 9 o'clock.
You got, okay, thank you.
April 27, 2023 at 9 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1. We're back on Zoom. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Wilkerson, you have a wonderful day, sir. I will see you here. Oh, Mr. Wilkerson, before you leave, you have an unrelated matter. You owe the court $485 on some outstanding tickets. Please log on to the court's website. You can submit a request for a payment plan. You can come into the court and make payments. You can go online and make payments, okay?
Okay,
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkerson. Have a good day.
thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you
No, I
asking
just-
something, sir?
I just need the date. I missed it. April.
April 27th
27th. Okay.
at 9 a.m.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. To the gentleman in the black car, I'm sorry, with the black t-shirt and the dreads, yes, sir. Unmute yourself and give us your name. Yes, sir, with the black t-shirt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, what is your name, sir?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, what is your name?
Mhm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, what is your name?
Are you talking to Mr. Banks?
Sir, with, yes, with the black t-shirt and the dreads, stop driving and give the court your name.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
This is 22HR009820M. This is Huron Township versus Shamika Hall. Ms. Hall, unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Shamika Hall.
Ms. Hall, the way the court staff have you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you wish to proceed on your own?
Yes.
You understand that today's hearing is scheduled as a arraignment and pretrial.
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes.
Ms. Foley Carter, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, we'll be dismissing against Ms. Hall. It's my understanding her child has been disenrolled from Summit Academy schools.
Do you have any objection to the dismissal, Ms. Hall?
No.
Your case is dismissed, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jadala.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have two civil infractions. I'm not sure which prosecutor they're with this morning.
I think I have some of yours at least.
Yeah, I should have two of them. Yes, if you could put me into the breakout room with Ms. Foley Carter, that'd be great.
Are you looking for Mr. Banks?
Sir, no, with the dreads and the black shirt in the car.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? What is your name, sir?
I'm Mr. Banks. I was trying to get to a quieter place and give my daughter some milk. How you doing?
Mr. Banks, this courtroom is actively in session. Please stop screaming out in the court. My staff will rename you. They're going to move you into a breakout room to confirm your information, your phone number and whatnot. Then we'll get you matched up with the court-appointed attorney. And when your case is called, you may unmute yourself, okay?
All right. Excuse me. I didn't know if you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is 23SU000960T. This is Sumter Township versus Keith Lambert.
Yes.
Mr. Lambert, the attorneys have left.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. The attorney has left the session.
Okay.
When I call your case again, the attorneys will identify themselves and then you'll identify yourself. In the meantime, sit tight, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to find out, Mr. Hadley,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning. Is there something wrong with the sound quality coming from me?
No, I can hear just fine.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Oakley's courtroom could use a little volume increase if anybody's in earshot, but you guys are coming in loud and clear.
I'm talking and people are not hearing and I'm concerned. I can't tell from if it's something on our end. Mr. Bowditch, have you been, are you representing Mr. Lambert this morning?
Your Honor, I have two that I'm waiting to talk to the Sumter prosecutor about.
Me too.
I have not seen Mr. Young, but my question to you is, are you representing Mr. Lambert?
Yes, Your Honor.
The offer that we have in the file is allowing unlicensed driver to drive. If there's something else you want to talk to Mr. Young about, I have not seen him yet this morning.
All right. Well, thank you, Your Honor. I can, that'll assist me with Mr. Lambert. Also, I have a Mark Daniels, Your Honor, if there's any sort of information that Mr. Young has left on Mr. Daniels.
allowing unlicensed driver and double parking at 175.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay,
Be with you in a second, Mr. Lambert.
okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowers, were you ready with Mr. Lambert, or did you need to go back into a breakout room with him?
It'll just be a second, Your Honor. There was one ahead.
Mary Ann?
Judge.
It must be me, because I still think that court is important and should be taken seriously, which means on time, appropriate, sitting up, prepared to have your case heard, watching what's happening before you so that you know that when your case is called, the attorneys say what they say, you state your name, not yeah, or me, or I'm here, or whatever. I'm going to, you know what? Yes, Mr. Bowditch.
Nothing, Your Honor. I'm just trying to navigate.
Do you need assistance from Mary Ann getting somewhere, sir?
You know, Your Honor, if I'm just given a moment, I believe I can master this.
Okay. And Mr. Young is here now. If there's something you want to follow up with him about.
I'm good for right now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Young.
Morning, Judge.
How are you today, sir?
I am fine. How are you?
I am enjoying this beautiful Thursday morning.
Okay. So am I. So far, anyway, we'll see.
Mr. Hadley, are you ready with something?
I need to speak with Mr. Young when he has him.
We can go in if you want. Let's see, should I just hit the breakout room, Mary Ann?
Yes, you have a waiting room and a meeting room.
Meeting room, okay, that's where I'll go.
See, Mary Ann, here's the thing. I am super bummed that I still have not received my invitation to the coronation. I have cleared my schedule for May the 6th and I wait patiently and it does not come.
Well, I mean, it's only April 13th.
I know, but I need to make travel arrangements. I need a place to stay. I need a dress. I need a fascinator or something.
I bet you have a dress already. And I bet you have a really cool hat.
You're going to England, Judge?
In her
It's funny.
dreams.
It's funny to say that. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch. I'm just chatting with Mary Ann until you're ready.
Your
or
Honor,
until
I'm
someone's ready.
failing miserably at this. Could Mary Ann assist me? There's two people waiting to talk to me. I would take either right now.
You're not failing, Mr. Bowditch. You're a work in progress.
Do you want me to pull them out? Is that what you want me to do?
Just want to make sure I can talk to him in a breakout room. I seem to be unable to do that right now.
So who?
I would talk to Mr. Daniels first and then Mr. Lambert second. Brief conversations. Mr. Lambert,
Yes.
you and I are going to talk in just a second.
Okay.
With the good news I had to talk to you about.
Nice.
Mr. Goldstein, invitation is fine. Mr. Lambert, do you see an invitation to join the breakout room?
I do not. Oh, maybe I do. Join breakout room.
We're gonna be all set to go on Michaela Bailey. I'm just bringing her right back in.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23SU001000OT. This is Sumter Township versus Michaela Bailey. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Michaela Bailey.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Michaela Bailey.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after conversation with Mr. Young, the Sumter Township has agreed to dismiss this charge at this time.
And I can't imagine that you have any objection, Mr. Hadley.
Ms. Bailey, you don't have any objection to that, do you?
No, not at all.
This case is hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Ms. Bailey, thanks for your time. Sorry for the inconvenience on this one.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Have a good day, ma'am. Mary Ann, mark your calendar. Today is the day that courtroom 1 is going to go back live for these matters because this is not working. This is not working for me. It might be better for people to be live, to be on time and appropriate. Did you have something else ready, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. I think looking at the calendar, my next assignment's not going to be until 9. I'll log out or put myself on mute. I'm here doing arraignments for whoever's got arraignments today. I'm not sure who's handling those over there. So if you guys need me, I'm around.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Mr. Camilleri, your client is here being screened by our court staff for confirmation of contact information. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, please.
Mr. Jadala, were you ready with something?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready on 2 civil infraction matters. I have the authority on my client's behalf to take these, please.
I'm sorry, you're ready with 2 civil infractions and then what?
I have the authority to enter the pleas. My clients will not be appearing.
Who are your clients, sir?
That would be at 840 Remus Salua, Sulea, and at 850 Abraham El Sharif.
Hey, how you doing?
The problem, Mr. Jadala, your client has some outstanding warrants, the Sewell matter, not problem, I guess, concern. If you're able to relay that information.
I will.
Thank you.
Is that regarding me?
Mr. Banks, when you were here before, I asked you not to come and shout out in the courtroom. If you can see me, I can see you. And I'll
Okay.
call your case here shortly, okay?
Thank you. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Thank
Judge.
you.
All right.
This is 23SU00096. This is Sumter Township versus Keith Lambert. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Lambert. Your Honor,
Mr.
today's the
Lambert,
date-
state your name for me, please.
Keith Lambert.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bowditch.
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for an arraignment in this matter. We'd waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case. We have come to an executed plea agreement subject to court approval in which Mr. Lambert would be pleading guilty to an added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive his vehicle with the understanding the original charge of driving while license suspended would be dismissed.
Mr. Lambert, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had a chance to talk to Mr. Bowditch regarding the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, it's your desire to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes, it is.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I do.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert, is it true that on January 22nd, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yeah, no, yes. That's the plea, but
That's the plea, but what, sir?
they're changing that to that, but I was actually the driver.
You're a person that wasn't legally allowed to drive at the date and time that the court just placed on the record.
Yes.
Okay. Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm satisfied.
Mr. Lambert, the court accepts your plea to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive as the added count and dismisses the original driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Bowditch, anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Only the fact that right after this incident, I mean, almost immediately after this incident, there was a problem with Mr. Lambert's driver's license. He corrected it immediately. So his license is valid as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. Mr. Lambert, the court will impose the following: $100 fine, $100 in cost. There's $75 crime victims fee. There is a $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, and $50 show cause fee. That's $395, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what I will have you do, Mr. Lambert, you can do one of a couple of things. You can log onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. You can drop down and submit a request for a payment plan. You can call the court's collection department, set a payment plan, or you can come in person and speak to one of our collection staff and set a payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Do one of those three things sooner rather than later. Other than that, any questions, Mr. Lambert?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You have a good day. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
This is 23SU00160OT. This is Sumter Township versus Jimmy Banks.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, Mr. Banks is going to accept the offer of pleading guilty to the reduced charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Mr. Banks, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Hello, everyone. I am Jimmy Banks Jr.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges she faced and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
After having that conversation, sir, is your understanding that you'll be pleading guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you put your hand down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, I am guilty of trying to clear my-
Mr. Banks, is it true that on February 9, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, myself, but it was raining very vigorously. Lady licensed driver.
Mr. Banks? Something's going on with your connection, sir. I could only hear every third word or so you were saying. What were you trying to say just now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I was not the intended driver, but the licensed driver has difficulties with her eyes, and it was like our fifth time in Sumter. We was working in Walmart, and it was just raining so like cats and dogs. She couldn't really see at best, so she was only going a mile down to her aunt's house to the door, and you know, the license plate it was in the window, but I guess it kind of like fell down a little bit. It wasn't down completely, but all in all, yes, I was the driver. But excuse me, the officer said I did nothing wrong.
Oh my God.
And you know, just trying to pay these fines so I can get my life back.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Banks, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The driving while license not valid or improper has been dismissed. Anything before fines and costs are assessed, Mr. Nunley?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Banks, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $50 show cost fee, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am. This ticket actually got me close to where
Mr. Banks, there's something going on with your audio. I'm not sure if it's when you move that I'm losing you. But sir, if you need more than 5 days, you can do one of three things. You can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button. You drop down, you submit a request for a payment plan. You can call the court's collection department and speak to someone and set a payment plan, or you can come in person and set a payment plan for the $395. Do that sooner rather than later, okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the court's number? The
Judge,
collection number?
It's 734, huh?
Maria is here.
Mr. Banks, you're going to see an invitation going to the breakout room with the collections department. There's an agent in there now who is able to set a payment plan with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is,
Have a great day, Judge.
you too. This is 23 HR 01920 A, B, and C. This is Huron Township versus Ibrahim Al Sharif. May I have your appearance, please, sir?
Your Honor, respectfully, Samar Jadala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Sharif with his authority to enter into the plea today, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that plea, Mr. Jadala?
Mr. El Sharif will be pleading to one count of due care and caution and one count of seatbelt by passenger, Your Honor.
And Mr. Gisali, you indicated that your client would not be appearing this morning for this, these civil infractions, but you have full authority to enter the plea on their behalf.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And Ms. Foley Carter, that's the full extent of the plea in this matter?
That is true, Your Honor.
Any agreement or discussion regarding the fines and costs in this matter?
None, Your Honor, to be set by the court.
Mr. Gisali, anything on behalf of your client?
I just wanted to let the court know that my client is an out of state driver. He is in California. He is remorseful. We just ask for the minimum fines and costs if possible, Judge.
$200 total for this citation. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount, Mr. Gisali?
5 days should be fine, Your Honor. I will contact him and let him know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then there is two, 3 SU 00225 A, B, 354 A, B, and C. These are Sumter Township versus Gerald Sewell. Your appearance, sir.
I'm not sure if that was remind. I have I have a Remus Salua, SULEA at 8:40.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Jadala.
Absolutely.
Two, 3 SU 00213.
And Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Salua. And Your Honor, today I have the authority to enter into the plea whereby Mr. Salua will be pleading responsible to 1 count of double parking with a $150 fine.
And again, Mr. Jadala, you have your client's full authority to enter the plea on their behalf.
That is correct, Judge.
Sir, the court will accept the plea of responsible to the double parking fine of $150. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay?
5 days should be fine, Your Honor. I'll notify my client.
Thank you, Mr. Jadala. Anything else in this matter?
No, Judge, thank you. And may you and your staff have a wonderful day.
You too, thank you. This is 2-3 SU 00200 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Mark Daniels. May I have your appearance, please?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, my camera is not working on my phone for some odd reason, so you ain't gonna be able to see me, but I can hear y'all, and I hope y'all can hear me.
Oh, that's Mr. Bowditch. Mr. Daniels, Mr. Bowditch is not back out yet. Sit tight, sir. I'll circle back to you when he comes out of the breakout room. This is 22 HR 13211OD. This is Huron Township versus David LaBute. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Judge Attorney John Camilleri.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
David LaBute.
LaBute. My apologies, Mr. LaBute. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. Mr. Camilleri, have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, Judge, my client, we're still awaiting an evaluation for drug treatment court. And I talked to the prosecutor. We're in agreement to adjourn this pretrial conference to determine how the intake goes with my client.
Has he already met with Ms. Rapp or someone from that program?
No, Your Honor, but his application.
No, I'm sorry. You said no, Your Honor, but what?
No, Your Honor, but his has been turned in. They're just processing.
that adjourn date will be?
April 27th at 9:10.
9:10?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
9:10.
Mr. Camilleri, it doesn't appear that your client was arraigned previously. It's still not showing. For purposes of arraignment, what do you say, Mr. Camilleri?
We'll waive the formal reading and stand, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. LaBute, the court will set your bond in this matter at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until the case is resolved in its entirety based on the allegations set forth by the Huron Township, sir. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages. There's a notation in the file now that we are awaiting a screening from the treatment court. Anything else on behalf of your client, Mr. Camilleri?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. LaBute, you have a wonderful day, sir. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 23SU001450D. This is Sumter Township versus Ernest Smith. Mr.
Yes,
Smith,
ma'am.
state your name for the record, please, sir.
Ernest Smith.
Mr. Smith, the way the court staff has you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you intend to proceed on your own in this matter?
Pardon?
You intend to proceed on your own?
Yes,
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor from Sumter Township this morning?
yes, I have.
Mr. Young, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I spoke to Mr. Smith and shared with him the rights that he had to have an MIDC representation. He, as you indicated, waived that. In light of the fact that this is his first offense and the conditions that he gave me while we were discussing, I'll move to amend the complaint and add a count of impaired driving, and a plea to that offense, Your Honor, will result in the dismissal of all the other charges.
Mr. Smith, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Young, and is it your understanding that you will be pleading to operating while impaired in this matter?
She said you talked to the prosecutor.
Yes.
And that you're gonna plead to this matter.
Yes, I'm gonna plead to this matter. I'm sorry, I got my nephew
Mr.
here
S-
because I don't hear real well.
That's okay, I'll speak up. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Smith,
very
you
much,
understand that
ma'am.
the court, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no.
Have you been threatened to plead guilty?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Are you, sir, are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, I pled guilty because that's my own fault, ma'am.
Mr. Smith, is it true that on October 11th, 2022 in Sumter Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes,
And sir, you don't dispute that your blood alcohol content on this date of October 11th, 2022 was a 0.197.
yes, and I understand, when I got to the hospital, they realized I was on 3 different blood thinners. And so the couple of drinks just multiplied, but it's still my fault. And, you know, I'll do what I gotta do, ma'am.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired. This is the first appearance in this matter. There wasn't a bond set. Your bond will be set at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, sir. But what the court is going to do as a condition of your bond is indicate that you will not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages due to the allegations, well, now that you've pled to, that arise from the October 11, 2022 date. Because
I
this is a
haven't had
drinking and
anything
driving.
since that day.
That's good. That's a great start, Mr. Smith. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, the court will refer this matter to the probation department. Sir, they will call you and email you. They will do a screening of you, and they're the ones who will develop a sentence recommendation and schedule you to come back here to courtroom number 1 for sentencing in this matter, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
So if you receive a phone call from them, please respond, okay?
The probation's gonna call you. You have to make sure you answer is what she's asking.
Yes.
Thank you, nephew.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Smith?
Okay, thank you very much, Judge.
Is there anything else you want to
Oh,
add?
no, I'm all set, honey, and thank you very much. I apologize.
Thank you,
for
Mr. Smith. Have a
wasting
good
your
day.
time.
No, you're fine. Have a good day, sir.
All
You
right.
too.
This is 23SU00209A OT. This is Sumter Township versus Dominic McKinney. Have your appearances, please.
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
I am here.
State
Your
your
Honor,
name, sir.
Dominic McKinney.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Young?
Yeah, move to amend, Your Honor, or add an account of allowing, dismiss the DWLS or not valid license, I guess is the proper charge.
Mr. McKinney, the way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Young, and is your understanding is your agreement to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May I put your hand down? Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I do.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McKinney, is it true that on February 20th, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. McKinney, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and dismisses the driving while license not valid. Is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes fines and costs in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Mr. McKinney, the court will impose a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
What we'll do, Mr. McKinney, is you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room with our collections department. There's a representative in there who can discuss and establish a payment plan with you on that $345. Anything else this morning?
Nope, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your patience. You have a wonderful day, sir.
You too.
Your Honor, we're
Thank
ready
you.
on Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Bowditch? Yeah.
Oh, I should have known, Your Honor. I apologize.
No, don't apologize. I called the case once and you weren't in the session. 23SU00200 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Mark Daniels. Your appearances,
Your Honor,
please.
for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels, could you say your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mark Daniels.
Your Honor, Mr. Daniels is having trouble with his video, so he doesn't have any video. But Your Honor, today is a date and time set for an arraignment in this matter. We waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case. Mr. Daniels wishes to plead guilty to an added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive a vehicle and to plead responsible to the charge of double parking, with the understanding all the original charges would be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch regarding your case this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be pleading guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and responsible to double parking?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Daniels, is it true that on February 18, 2023, in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it also true on that day you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, the court accepts your plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and responsible to the double parking. Mr. Bowditch, any comment before fines and costs are assessed in these matters?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. As to the double parking, the fine, sir, will be $175. As to allowing the unlicensed driver to drive, sir, there will be a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's crime victims fee mandatory of $75, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345 for the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, the $175 on the double parking. That's a total of $520, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Daniels, there is someone here from the court's collection department. You'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria to set a payment plan on the $520 that was assessed just now in these two matters. Anything else on behalf of Mr. Daniels, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, please go into that breakout room with Maria. Have a good day. Thank you for your patience this morning. Mr. Nunley, were you ready with something?
Yes, Your Honor. I am ready on Ms. Iwa Zajac.
This is 23HR025870D Huron Township versus Zajac. Your appearances, please.
Royce Nunley, on behalf of the defendant, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute for purposes of pre-trial. Ms. Zajac, will you state your name for the record?
Yes, Eva Zajac.
For purposes of the pre-trial, Your Honor, we're asking for an adjournment so that we can get some discovery in this matter.
Any comment as to bond, Mr. Nunley?
We would ask the court to impose a personal bond in this matter. I do not believe that she is a danger to the community. She's here of her own fruition, and is, eager to move forward and get this matter resolved.
Thank you. Court will set bond in this matter at $5,000 personal. Ms. Zajac, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Nunley, I'll make a notation in the file that discovery has been requested. The adjourned date for the pretrial in this matter will be
April 27th at 9:20.
April 27th at 9:20 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1, back on Zoom. Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zajac, have a good day. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
This is 230SU002170M. This is Sumter Township versus Michael Vago. Mr. Vago, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Michael Shane Vago, V as in Victor, AGO.
Thank you. Mr. Vago, the way the court staff have you identify indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you intend to proceed on your own this morning?
Yes.
Have you spoken to Mr. Young, the prosecutor from Sumter?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Young, how are we proceeding in this matter this morning?
First offense, Your Honor, no problem. She's resolved the matter, treated as a learning situation, move to dismiss.
Any objection to that dismissal, Mr. Vago?
No, ma'am.
Sir, this case is hereby dismissed. Thank you for your patience this morning. You have a wonderful day, okay?
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is, these are 23SU00276A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Michael Lamar Jones. Mr. Jones, please turn your camera on, unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm here. I'm trying to turn the camera on.
Sir, state your name.
Michael Jones.
Mr. Jones, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you intend to represent yourself in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Young this morning, the prosecutor from Sumter Township?
Yes.
Mr. Young, how are we proceeding in this matter this morning?
In the matter, Your Honor, adding allowing and also a double parking 175 and the balance of the case dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear from the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Young, and it's your agreement that you will be pleading guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and responsible to double parking.
Yes.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
That is correct.
You haven't been threatened in any way,
Yeah.
promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, is it true that on March 14,
No.
2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Mr. Jones, is it also true on that same day, time, and location, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive? I think I said the same thing.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Young, I didn't ask about the double parking. Did I ask the allowing twice?
You did, Your Honor. And Your Honor, if
I'm
I
sorry.
may, Your Honor, may I, I was didn't want to interrupt you, but I made a mistake when I gave you the plea. I talked to Mr. Jones and I added a count of allowing. But in light of the fact that he has his license resolved and everything, I indicated I would also dismiss the speeding ticket. So with the court's permission, I have no objection to just dismissing that portion of the tickets outright.
Dismissing the civil infraction?
Yes,
Okay,
I had a discussion with him about that, so I apologize.
thank you. Mr. Jones, with that clarification that the B file, the civil infraction is dismissed, that's your agreement, sir?
Yes.
And Mr. Young, you're satisfied with allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, any comment before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Sir, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Mr. Jones, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
5 days to pay, sir. Anything
Okay.
else this morning, Mr. Jones?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. You have a good day. Thank you for your patience.
Mr.
Thank you.
Young, could you and I go into a breakout
These
room?
are,
I apologize, Your Honor.
don't apologize.
Just trying to get a hold of Mr. Young.
What do you want, Jeff?
There's a chat feature available, and if you move yourself into his waiting room, I'm sure he'll see you. These
Let
are
me,
23 SU 00142 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus John Wysocki. May I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Morning, Your Honor. For the record, Brian Stacy on behalf of Mr. Wysocki. And Judge, at this time, if I may, with Mr. Young's approval, we got the police report and we've gone over all the discovery. Mr. Young and I have talked a couple of times. And at this time, with Mr. Young's approval, if my client would tender a plea of guilty to an added count of impaired driving, with the understanding the remaining counts would be dismissed, if that's okay with Mr. Young.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Wysocki, state your name for me, please, sir.
John Andrew Wysocki.
Thank you, sir. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wysocki, you've had a chance to speak to Mr. Stacy. You understand that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty this morning to operating while impaired.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, if I may interject here briefly, I did have an opportunity and I do have an advice of rights form here that I've gone over very copiously with Mr. Wysocki. We've gone over videos and police reports, and at this time, I believe he understands all of his rights and he's been apprised of all the facts and evidence against him. And at this time, he wishes to waive all those rights and tender a plea to the added count.
Mr. Stacy, I appreciate that, but the court does not have that signed form. So if you will indulge me, Mr. Wysocki, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Judge.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Judge.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Judge.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on February 3rd, 2023, in Sumter Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Stacy, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Mr. Wysocki, had you consumed alcohol prior to driving? Yes, sir. And how much alcohol had you consumed? Probably 5 24-ounce beers. And your breathalyzer results back at the station was a 0.10? Yes, sir. You don't have any reason to question that 0.10 result, do you? No, sir. Do you believe your ability to drive that night was impaired due to the consumption of intoxicants? Yes, sir. And did you, in fact, I know it was very icy, but you slid off the road and ended up in a ditch. Is that accurate? Yes, sir. Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is
Mr.
satisfied, Your Honor.
Wysocki, thank you, Mr. Stacy. Mr. Wysocki, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired. The original charge of operating while intoxicated is dismissed along with the open intoxicant vehicle. Because this is the first appearance, it does not appear that bond had previously been set. Your bond is $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until they are resolved in their entirety. Based on the fact that this is a drinking and driving offense, sir, the court's policy is to refer this matter to probation. The probation department will be in contact with you by phone and by email. There will be forms for you to complete. There will be an interview. The probation department will generate a sentence recommendation and schedule you to come back before this court for sentence to be imposed in this matter. Anything else on behalf of the township?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Wysocki?
Judge, only does the court set a sentencing date at this time, or I'll be getting that in the future?
You'll get it in the future from the probation department, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. You have a blessed day.
You too, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Young.
No problem, Brian.
These are 22 SU 01121 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Ron George Jacobs. May I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ron Frenchman on behalf of Mr. Jacobs, who's on the screen as well.
State your name, Mr. Jacobs.
Ron George Jacobs.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. French, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm going to stand my client mute and waive the reading. we're going to ask for another date so that we can secure some discovery, if that's okay with brother counsel and yourself, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any comment as to bond, Mr. French?
My client's been out, Your Honor. There's no issues in his life. He's staying busy working. We would ask for a personal recognizance bond, Your Honor.
Thank you. Inasmuch as Mr. Jacob has appeared timely, appropriately, and with retained counsel, bond in this matter will be set at $5,000 personal. Mr. Jacobs, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
French, I note your request for discovery in this matter. The adjourned date will be
April 27th at 9:20.
I'm not
April
sure if
27th
we,
at 9:10. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if we'll get discovery by that date.
I have the video, so I'm sure I can get it out today or
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay, the 27th at 8:30 is fine then.
So at 9.
It's not 8:30.
9:20.
9:20. Okay, that's fine as well.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, your return date is April 27th, 2023 at 9:20 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1, back on Zoom. Anything else on behalf of Sumter, Mr. Young?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. French?
No, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too, thank you. Mr. Jacobs, I will see you on April the 27th, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
My head was down. I don't know who you honored me.
yeah, Your Honor, Robert Young, I'm going to go in and talk with Mr. Bowditch in a second, but I was speaking to a big D regarding a blight matter, and he was supposed to come back into the courtroom. I agreed to adjourn this for a month into the court date in May. But I lost him somehow here, so I don't know if the court just wants to send that notice out to him. We agreed to that.
He's here with the
Oh,
blue
he is
shirt
here.
on.
Oh, I'm sorry, he is here. Wait a minute.
These are 23SU00107 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Big Bad D. Sir, what is your full name, please?
Me,
Yes, sir.
Eugene Walker.
Eugene Walker?
Your Honor,
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
you have a different individual, if the court pleases. He's got something that I'm looking at that says Big G.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I'm sorry.
Is that not who you're referring to, Mr. Young?
No, it's not, Your Honor. Big
My
Bad.
name is Eugene Walker. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Thanks for the laugh, sir. It's been a morning.
I just want this over with.
You're
Me too.
fine. I'll be back to you in just a moment, Mr. Walker. Mr. Young,
Big Bad D, Your Honor, was showed for a show cause, talked to him. Ordinance gave him 30 days, which takes us into May if the court pleases. We have no objection, just resending him another notice.
Judge, that date, Heather gave it to me. It's May 23rd at 8:45.
All right.
wait, I'm sorry. Heather gave it to you?
Yes, because it's
Oh, that's a special.
Yep.
And so that would be in person with Judge Oakley?
That's in person, Judge, if you're asking me, yes.
I was asking Mary Ann, but it's fine. 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
We will notify him. He has trouble with his mail, Your Honor, so we'll take the special steps to notify him. We did that for today, so we'll take care of that.
Is there a reason why there's not a real name on here, Mr. Young?
That's his real name, Your Honor.
His real legal name is Big Bad D.
That's my understanding, Your Honor. Driver's license and everything reflects that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Are you guys talking about me? I'm sorry.
No, we're talking about something else, Mr. Walker. I'll
Okay,
be
I'm
back to
sorry.
you in just a moment, though. Thank you, Mr. Young. If you want to go ahead in with Mr. Bowdish, that's fine. We'll clear up some of these others, hopefully.
will.
I can't this morning.
Is that his real name?
Mr. Walker, you need to join the breakout room, please.
This is 23HR000617 BOT. This is Huron Township versus Devin Turrentine. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Roy Snelly appearing on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, Mr. Turrentine at this time is going to plead guilty as charged to the driving while license suspended. Mr. Turrentine, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
David Turrentine.
Thank you. Mr. Turrentine, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Turrentine, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your agreement that you will be pleading guilty as charged to the sole count in this matter of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Mr. Turrentine, is it true that on January 14, 2023, excuse me, in Huron Township, you drive while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Foley Carter?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Turrentine, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the sole count in this matter of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Nunley, is there something you'd like to say on behalf of Mr. Turrentine before fines and costs are imposed?
No, I leave that to the discretion of the court. I do believe that he may have some outstanding payment plans or some money owed, and he was just hoping to speak to somebody in collections if they're on the line so that maybe he could roll them all together.
Thank you. Mr. Turrentine, the court's concern is that in reviewing these matters, you owe the court already $2,731 on outstanding previous matters, allowing unlicensed driver to drive, there's speeding, there's equipment violations, there's previous driving while license suspended. So what the court will do is impose the following as fines and costs and then have you transfer into the breakout room to set a payment plan with Maria from the collections department. As Mr. Nunley indicated, all of what you owe the court can be rolled into a singular payment plan, sir. And if for some reason you're unable to make payments, there are options to address the fines and costs that you owe the court on all of the matters that are outstanding at this time.
Okay.
For the case that is before the court this morning, the court will impose a fine of $300. Cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cause fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $595 for this case. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Turrentine, you will now see an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria. She will be able to set a payment plan on the outstanding matters you have owing to the court. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thanks, you as well, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. This is 23HR02084. This is Huron Township versus Westech LLC. May I have your appearance, please?
Yes, this is Matthew Greenwald.
Sir, have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, I have.
Ms. Foley Carter, how are we proceeding in this matter this morning?
Your Honor, we'll be reducing the overweight citation to $3,000 even and dismissing the accompanied equipment violation.
And sir, you have full authority to enter into that plea of responsible to the overweight and fines of cost of $3,000 on behalf of West Tech LLC.
Yes, I do.
Would you spell your name for the record, please?
It's Matthew, Matthew, Greenwald, Greenwold.
And what is your relationship to West Tech LLC?
President.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the overweight and dismiss the equipment violation as previously indicated by Ms. Foley Carter. The court will impose fines and costs totaling $3,000. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I do not.
5 days to pay on the overweight of $3,000. Anything else this morning, Mr. Greenwald?
That is it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Officer Gregory.
Yes, Your Honor.
How are you this morning?
I'm pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I was laughing at other things. I had not had a chance to say good morning to you, so I wanted to circle back and say it at least once.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready on Endurance Environmental?
We are, Your Honor.
Wait, I have this. All I have is a sheet of paper on this one. Ms. Foley Carter, just takes me a minute. 23 HR 02094, Huron Township versus Endurance Environmental. And have your appearances, please.
Caitlin Foley Carter on behalf of Huron Township, Your Honor.
Ray Hall on behalf of Endurance Environmental.
Your Honor, Neil Riddell appearing on behalf of Endurance. I request that I be put in a conference room with the township attorney and Mr. Rahal.
I did not have an appearance from Mr. Rydell on this.
No, you did not. I've been attempting
Well,
to contact Mr.
that's-
Rahal. I regularly represent Endurance. And we have a question as to representation here that Endurance has asked me to appear today so that we can find out what's going on and make sure that we understand whatever resolution Mr. Rahal has reached with the township on this matter.
That's fine with me, Judge.
Well, no, because I'm trying to get people's attention. They're talking. There is an appearance here that says People versus Gabriela Romero. So if there's some confusion.
That's the driver's name, Your Honor.
I understand that. So I wasn't sure if Mr. Rahal was actually representing Ms. Romero or Endurance. There's an invitation from Mary Ann. Please go into the breakout room, the three of you. I'm sorry, Ms. Foley Carter has a meeting room. Please go there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 23SU000420M. This is Sumter Township versus Anthony Cavins. Cavins, may I have your appearances, please?
Anthony Cavins.
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Bowditch is not back, Mr. Cavins. When he comes back out, I'll recall the case.
All righty.
Mr. Hadley, were you ready with something?
We are, Your Honor. We can go forward on Brian Lane. I was just actually sending Mr. Young an email on that, but we can go ahead and go on the record.
Thank you. These are 23 SU 00121 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Brian William Lane. Can I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Your Honor, Sumter Township.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Brian Lane. Mr. Lane, please state your name for the court and turn on your camera.
Mr. Lane?
I just spoke with him on the phone. I see him.
Oh, he has no audio connected, so we'll pass the matter. This is a recall of 23 SU 0000420M, Sumter Township versus Cavens. Your appearances, please.
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Cavens. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for Raymond in this matter. We'd waive formal reading, stand mute. We're also requesting an adjournment, Your Honor.
Before we get to that adjournment, Mr. Bowditch, any comment as to bond in this matter?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that this is the second time it's been adjourned. And I believe in the interim, there's been no other actions or anything like this. So I think a personal bond is appropriate.
Sir, your bond will be set at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety.
Yes, Your Honor.
That adjourned, thank you. That adjourned date will be
April 27th at 9:20.
April 27th at 9:20. Back here on Zoom, back here in number one. Anything else, Mr. Young?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cavens, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you on April 27th.
Thank you. You as well.
I'll call you,
Thank
Anthony.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Babby?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you for asking.
What are you here for?
I'm here covering for my partner, Carly Babby, on Bush, Tremaine Bush.
That's scheduled at 9:50. I saw you in the corner and I didn't want to keep going past you. If your client logs on early or you have some resolution with Ms. Foley Carter, I'll call the case and get you on with your day. Do you need to speak with her, Ms. Foley Carter?
Yes, I do. My mistake. She had in the calendar as 9:30. I didn't want to be late.
We'll get you queued up into Ms. Foley Carter's waiting room. And when she gets a moment, she'll talk to you. You come back out, I'll get the case called so you can get on with your day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I don't know why it is this coming out and screaming out in the courtroom irritates me to no end. I don't get it. It's beyond irritating. And I'm not that irritating person, Mary Ann. I'm usually kind of.
No, you're the opposite of that.
It's just disrespectful to the people who are already in the main session. Have we? The gentleman is not back from.
And Mr. Young,
endurance.
you know what? While we're waiting for Mr. Lane to hop back in, maybe I can just talk to you about the email I sent you. I'm gonna go to your breakout room real quick, sir.
I'll push him out, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Oh, maybe not. Mary Ann, do you mind moving me into Mr. Young's meeting room? I don't think I've got. There we go.
This is a recall of 23HR 02094, Huron Township versus Endurance Environmental.
Your Honor, Neil Dell on behalf of Endurance Environmental. I've had an opportunity to speak with the township attorney as well as the other counsel who's appeared on this file. And my understanding is that there's no objection to my appearing on behalf of Endurance. I have authority from my corporate client to offer a plea of responsible in connection with a plea agreement whereby my client pleads responsible and pays fines and costs of $1,100 on an overweight ticket.
1,100 or 1,135?
1,100.
Ms. Foley Carter, is that an accurate recitation of the agreement reached by and between the parties?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Idell, I'll accept your plea of responsible on behalf of your corporate client to the overweight assessed fines and costs of $1,100. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yeah, Judge, if we can have some additional period of time, because the client's out of state, it takes a while for a check to work its way through the accounting system into the court.
What is additional time, sir?
30 days? Total
30 days to pay. Anything else, Ms. Foley Carter, in this matter?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Riddell?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you very much. You take care.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. This is 23HR 02526 BOT. This is Huron Township versus Amber McMullen. May I have your appearances, please?
Here, ma'am.
Ma'am, state your name.
Amber McMullen.
Ms. McMullen, which of the MIDC attorneys did you speak with this morning?
It was, oh my gosh, the younger.
Mr. Nunley.
Mr. Hadley?
Nunley.
Yes, that was who.
Neither of them are in this main session, so we'll pass the matter. I see you. I'll get back to you as soon as I see one of them come
Okay, ma'am.
out. Mr. Sewell, who did you speak to, sir?
Spoke to me, Your Honor. Mr. Bowditch.
These are SU 00225 AB and then 354 A, B, and C. These are Sumter Township versus Sewell. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Sewell. Mr. Sewell, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Jarrell Sewell.
Thank you, sir.
Robert, you on Sumter Township? Go ahead, Jeff, put it on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today's a date and time set for Raymond in this matter. By formal reading, stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this. In this agreement, Mr. Sewell would be pleading guilty to one count of driving while license suspended and plead responsible to one count of double parking with an agreed upon fine of $500. And all the original matters.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch, just for clarification, 500 on the double parking?
Correct, Your Honor. And one count of driving while license suspended. The other 5 would be dismissed.
Including, there was a case that's in warrant status, 22 SU 00207 AOT.
I would
Did you
believe
discuss
that.
that with Mr. Young?
I did not know about that file, Your Honor. When you say warrant status, are you talking about fees owed to the court?
Am I talking about what, sir?
About fees that are, or other fines that haven't been paid, or is it a separate?
It's a separate, never been arraigned file. This is from February 26, 2022, a driving while license suspended that Mr. Sewell does not appear to have ever appeared on. It was originally scheduled for arraignment back on April 14, 2022. Oh, wow. And here we are a year later, scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial on June the 6th. And now in warrant status. Would that change your conversation and settlement with Mr. Bowditch?
It would, Your Honor. I probably need to talk to Mr. Bowditch again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sewell, we're gonna pass these matters. Mr. Beldich might need to speak to you again. We'll address the warrant when you come back out. Thank you. This is a recall of 23HR 02526 BOT, Huron Township versus McMullen.
Here, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Roy Snelly appearing on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, the prosecutor has offered to reduce this matter to a double parking with a fine of $200, which my client would like to avail herself of.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be pleading responsible to the added count of double parking and the misdemeanor driving while license suspended would be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, ma'am.
You're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on March the 8th, 2023 in Huron Township, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied, Judge.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. The original misdemeanor driving while license suspended is dismissed. As previously indicated, your fine in this matter will be $200. Do you need more than 5 days to pay?
No, ma'am.
5 days to pay the $200, ma'am. You may pay in person, you can pay online, or you can mail it into the court. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. McMullen, you have a wonderful day. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready on Sewell?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe we're ready.
This is a recall of the Sewell matters with Sumter Township. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the only thing that changed is the double parking went from a $500 violation to now it's $750.
Oh.
And we would ask that the warrant be recalled in that extra matter. Understand, Mr. Sewell, we took care of 3 of them.
Yes.
Mr. Sewell, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your agreement that you'll be pleading guilty to 1 count of driving while license suspended and responsible to double parking.
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible.
No.
Mr. Sewell, is it true that on February 26, 2022 in Sumter Township, you drove while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
Mr. Sewell, is it also true that on March 2nd, 2023 in Sumter Township, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sewell, the court accepts your plea of guilty to driving while license suspended. That driving while license suspended plea will enter in the file that is the oldest, which is the February 26, 2022 case where the court has recalled the warrant. And the court will impose the following fines and costs, Mr. Sewell. It will be a $300 fine. There's $100 cost. There's $75 mandatory crime victim fee. There's a $50 show cause fee, a $50 warrant fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $645 on the driving while license suspended. The double parking will enter in the oldest civil infraction case, which is March 2nd, 2023. Mr. Bowditch and Mr. Young have already indicated that the fine in that matter will be $750. Sir, that is a total of $1,395. You owe the court in other outstanding matters a total of $584. You may go into the court's collection breakout this morning, speak to the clerk, Maria. She can put a singular payment plan in place for the fines and costs assessed this morning and your outstanding case. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Young?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sewell, please go into the breakout room with Maria. As indicated, you have past due fines and costs of $584, and the court has assessed fines and costs of $1,395 this morning for the two cases where you entered pleas. Good luck to you, Mr. Sewell. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Babby, have you had a chance to speak to Ms. Foley Carter?
Yes, Your Honor, I have, and there's a resolution in place.
That resolution will be,
Double parking, $200 fine.
and sir, you have the full authority from your client to enter the plea in his absence?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And that's your understanding and agreement. I'm sorry. These are 23 HR 02552 A and B, Huron Township versus Tremaine Bush. Ms. Foley Carter, that's your full understanding and agreement in this matter?
That is correct, Your Honor. We are reducing the limited access fee to double parking for $200 and dismissing the no proof of insurance.
Sir, the court will accept the plea of responsible to the double parking. Assess the $200. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking for 14 days.
14 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Foley Carter?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Babby?
Nothing further, Your Honor. We thank the court.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you.
You as well.
Mr. Sewell, please go into the breakout room with Maria for your payment plan.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it.
Did you go in before and speak to somebody?
Yeah, well, it says join breakout room, but it takes me to Mr. Jeff, the attorney I talked to.
Let's make that adjustment so you can get into the collections room.
You should see it now.
Holy smokes, there's a stack up in the MIDC waiting room.
Were we able to get audio on Brian Lane?
No.
I called him back, Your Honor, and did speak with him. He indicated that like the unit from his end where it instructs you to join audio, that he did click all of that. So I'm wondering if we got a hardware issue. We've reached an agreement on this one. I'm wondering if I can give him a phone number to call in, if we would be able to do a plea entry that way.
His case was scheduled at 9:20. He could have driven here by now. I don't know the phone number, Mr. Hadley, to call in.
I don't know if I can, I mean,
on his notice.
Yeah, I don't know that there is either, Your Honor. It's a little unorthodox,
Okay.
just trying to come up with a workaround.
Mr. Sewell, you'll need to join the breakout room.
Mary Ann,
I'm stepping off for a moment. I'll bring you these files.
Ms. Evans,
Yes,
these are 23SU00299 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Evans. State your name for me, ma'am.
Karina Evans.
Ms. Evans, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. The way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You intend to proceed on your own in this matter?
Yes,
Have you had the chance to speak to the prosecutor from Sumter Township, Mr. Young, this morning?
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Young, how are we proceeding?
Added count of allowing dismiss the DWLS, Your Honor. And I don't have the other charge here in front of me.
It's registration or plate violation.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll dismiss that. Just the allowing.
Ms. Evans, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the chance to speak to Mr. Young, and it's your agreement that you'll be pleading guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive,
yes,
and that the other charges would be dismissed.
yes,
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on March the 18th, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Satisfied, Your Honor, very satisfied.
Ms. Evans, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the add account of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will impose a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. The civil infraction, registration, or plate violation that had been assessed has been dismissed. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $345?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Evans, you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room to discuss a payment plan with the clerk, Maria. She'll put your payment plan on the $345. Anything else this morning? Any questions of the court, Ms. Evans?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for your patience this morning, ma'am. You have a wonderful day. Please go into the breakout with Maria.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we can move the Brian Lane matter if you're ready. I spoke to him again and we're just gonna have to get a new date. He's got a hardware issue with his phone. It's not allowing him to join or hear, I'm sorry. We did reach an agreement with Mr. Young. It's just we're having a technical issue on this one, so sorry.
He's a 10-minute drive away. He could come here and plead from the breakout, but it
He,
doesn't
he
matter.
deba-
It's
I
fine
think he
with
was
me.
debating it for a minute at work there. He was considering it. He said he would rather just come up to the court. I explained to him that if it was with you, it would still be done via Zoom, but he was like, I just want to come up there and pay it. I'm like, I know. So
Let
I
me
don't know,
actually, Mr. Hadley, give me 1 second. These are
yeah, no problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
121 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Brian Lane.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Brian Lane, who has logged in several times this morning, but was unable to connect via audio.
Thank you. The court has seen Mr. Lane pop in and out a few times, but due to the inability to connect, what we will do is adjourn these matters over. The new date will be
April 27th at 9:30.
Thank you. I will call Mr. Lane right now and let him know.
Thank you.
Well,
And
that-
if he can't address his technology issue, Mr. Hadley, you know that he can either come physically in here, they'll let him in to number one with me, or they can put him in the Zoom downstairs.
And Your Honor, I advised him to do exactly that. And I told him after he was done zooming downstairs, he could go see the clerks and square up. So I think that's exactly what he plans to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And that was my last assignment for today. I will log out, but Mary Ann and Your Honor, if you guys need me, please just give a call.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
See you, Josh.
These are 23SU00312 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Lacerna.
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Turn your video on, state your name for me,
please. Brian Lacerna.
Mr. Lacerna, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Young, this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
He has stepped out well, not stepped out, logged out of this session. He might be in a breakout room. Did you reach an agreement with him?
I believe so, ma'am. He was real briefly told me he was just gonna fine me for the going over the speed limit of 105, something with the double parking, and he also mentioned something with the driving without license being suspended. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he just mentioned that it was not gonna go into like the Secretary of State. Something like that. It was real quick and real brief, so I didn't get it. Then he told me to leave the room, and then he'll put me back in, and then I've been confused since then.
You've been, okay. The plea form that I have from Mr. Young indicates that the offer is allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and the double parking for $175. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am. That sounds like what he said.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. Lacerna, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Correct.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, ma'am.
You're doing so because you are in fact guilty and responsible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true that on March 21st, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it also true on that day of March 21st, 2023, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the double parking, assess the $175 fine indicated on the plea form for Mr. Young. The court will also accept your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. The court will impose in the misdemeanor matter a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345.
Okay, no problem. Now, who is there anyone I could speak to regarding this as far as like how I make payments and by when and that type of stuff?
Absolutely. I was going to ask about the amount of time you need to pay, but I note on the front of your file that you owe the court a total of $1,202 on some other prior matters. So in addition to the amounts assessed today, there is a clerk available named Maria. You'll see an invitation to go into a breakout room with her. She will be able to set a payment plan on today's tickets.
Okay.
So there was $520 from today, plus the $1,202 you already owe. You'll see an invitation going to the breakout room with her. Go there and set a payment plan on all of the matters, okay?
Okay, thank you. And then will I just click
Thank
join
you.
breakout room?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Have a good day. This is 23SU002590T Sumter Township versus Philip Reed. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, he is going to accept the offer of pleading guilty to the reduced charge of drive or allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Mr. Reed, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Philip Reed.
Thank you. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Reed, is it true that on March the 9th, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Reed, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended. Mr. Nunley, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, the court will impose a fine of $100. There's costs of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Reed, you will now see an invitation to go into the collections room. Maria, the court staff will be there to help you set a payment plan on this $345. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Young?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, please go into that room with with Maria. Thank you for your patience this morning. You have a good day, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. This is 1727050M Huron Township versus Robert Briscoe. May I have your appearances, please?
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. Mr. Briscoe, please state your name for the record.
Robert James Briscoe.
For purposes of
Thank
pretrial,
you.
he is going to be pleading guilty as charged, and Huron is requesting $35 in restitution, I see.
Mr. Briscoe, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding you'll be tendering a plea of guilty as charged to the sole count in this matter of being a disorderly person?
Yes.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Oh, yep.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Briscoe, is it true that on June the 27th, 2017 in Huron Township, you were a disorderly person?
Yes.
Mr. Nunley, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Yes, so Mr. Briscoe, on the date and time in question, was it true that you were intoxicated?
Yes.
And is it true that you went out and tried to solicit from your neighbors the opportunity to cut their lawn for money?
Yes.
And about what time of the night was this?
3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
All right, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Foley Carter, are you satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Briscoe, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of being a disorderly person. Mr. Nunley, any comment as to fines and costs in this matter?
I'd leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Briscoe, the court will impose a fine of $100.
Okay.
There's costs of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. There is a $50 bench warrant fee, and there is a restitution request that will be granted to Huron Township.
Okay.
Sir, that's $430. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Briscoe, you will see an invitation to go into the breakout room. There will be a court member there, Maria, who will help you set a payment plan in this matter. Ms. Foley Carter, anything else on behalf of Huron?
Nothing more, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Briscoe, please go in and speak to Maria. Thank you for your patience this morning, sir. Have a good day.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you. These are 23HR 02404 A and B. These are Huron Township versus Miguel Caracas.
McKell, Your Honor.
The McKell, thank you.
Mhm.
Ma'am, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorneys this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's your intention to represent yourself in these matters?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Ms. Foley Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Foley Carter, how are we proceeding in these matters this morning?
Your Honor, the people will be moving to dismiss the no ops on person as my understanding that she has showed me a valid driver's license and the impeding traffic is to stand.
Is to stand?
Yes, please.
And as for the impeding traffic, was there some agreement?
The ticket says 180 here. Honor, I'm fine with that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ma'am, it's your understanding you'll be pleading responsible to the impeding traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, and it's your intention to plead responsible to be impeding traffic on March the 5th, 2023 in Huron Township.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
I'm sorry.
You're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on March the 5th, 2023 in Huron Township, you impeded traffic?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Foley Carter?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the impeding traffic and will it impose fines and costs of $180. The failure to display license has been dismissed. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, you'll see an invitation to go into a breakout room. You'll go in there with the court clerk, Maria. She'll put you on a payment plan for the $180. Good luck to you. You have a wonderful day. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Do I leave the courtroom?
You don't leave the courtroom, but you'll see an invitation to go into a different breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see.
Mr. Roberson. Oh, your files were in the wrong place. These are 23HR 02242 A, B, and C. And 22HR 08652C. These are all Huron Township versus Thomas Morris Robertson. Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
Thomas Roberson.
Mr. Roberson, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your intention to represent yourself in these matters?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Ms. Foley Carter, this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Foley Carter, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we will be moving to dismiss the 2022 fail display And the 2023 Dover license suspended will be amended to allow unlicensed driver to drive. The remaining 2 civil infractions will be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Roberson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roberson, Ms. Foley Carter has indicated that the case that ends in 8652C, which was a failure to display a valid license, is being dismissed. Do you have any objections to that
No, ma'am.
matter being dismissed? Thank you.
No, ma'am.
And Ms. Foley Carter indicated that the cases that end in 242 B and C would also be dismissed. Do you have any objections to that, sir?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Foley Carter has also indicated, sir, that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the add account of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. Is that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Roberson, is it true that on March 1st, 2023 in Huron Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Foley Carter?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to an added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The original charge of driving while license suspended is dismissed, as are the other cases the court previously indicated, the 2022 misdemeanor and the 2 civil infractions from 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, the court will impose the following fines and costs. There is a $200 fine. There's $100 in cost. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a total of $445. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, ma'am. There's a bond for that.
That was going to be my next question to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Or will apply the bond, but Mr. Roberson, you also have other outstanding matters in the court where you owe a total of $1,450 on a speeding ticket, some impeding, and no proof of insurance from 2021-22. Sir, for those monies, do you need more than 5 days? Would you like to go to a breakout room and set a payment plan?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So Mr. Roberson, you're receiving an invitation to go into a breakout room with Maria, the clerk. She will put a payment plan in place. All of your cases can be rolled into a singular payment plan, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll apply the bond from the dismissed case. Anything else this morning, Mr. Roberson?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for your patience. sir.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 23HR023930T. This is Huron Township versus Billy Buell. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Buell. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for an arraignment in this matter. We waive formal reading, stand mute. At this time, Mr. Buell wishes to plead guilty to the charge of failure to report an accident.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Yes, Billy Buell.
Mr. Buell, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding you'll be pleading guilty to failure to report an accident.
Yes,
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I do.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Is it true that on March the 4th, 2023 in Huron Township, you failed to report an accident?
Yes.
Mr. Bowditch, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Buell, were you driving in a snowstorm?
Yes, I was.
Was it in Huron Township?
Yes, it was.
Did something on that day cause you to put your truck in a ditch?
Vehicle coming in the opposite direction that crossed the center line, causing me to drift over the shoulder. The amounts of snow that were there caused my car to get pulled over, and yes.
Did you leave your vehicle and walk home?
I did. It's approximately a quarter mile from my home. It was dark. It was still snowing.
But your truck was in the ditch and you did leave and went home?
I did.
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to failing to report an accident and will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter.
Thank you.
Fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay, sir. You may pay it in person here at the courthouse. You can mail it to the court, or you can pay it online. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Buell, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. These are 23SU00320 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Yusuf Ibrahim. May I have your appearance? Sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. How you doing?
I'm wonderful, sir. State your name for me, please.
Yusuf Yaqub Ibrahim.
Sir, the way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of a court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your intention to represent yourself in these matters?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Young, this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Young, how are we proceeding in these matters?
Your Honor, Mr. Ibrahim has been on, I guess in here on a phone since 9 o'clock. I apologize to him. When I went into the breakout room a number of times, I didn't catch him in there. So I apologize to him. What I agreed to do was, he did have a license at the time, Your Honor, he just didn't have it on him. And the speed, he works at a auto dealership, and he was testing some vehicles at the time. So in light of all of that and the fact that he had to listen to us for an hour and a half, I just add a count of double parking at $175 and asked that the balance of the matters be dismissed.
Mr. Ibrahim, do you have any objection to the misdemeanor failing to display a license being dismissed?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
That case is hereby dismissed. Mr. Young has indicated that as for the speeding ticket, the civil infraction, which is written as speeding 11 to 15 over, that you will be pleading responsible to the added count of double parking. Is that how you wish to proceed in this matter, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the fine of $175 on the double parking, is that how you wish to proceed, Mr. Ibrahim?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you responsible for being double parked on March the 25th, 2023 in Sumter Township?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to being double parked on the day in question, will impose a fine of $175. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Be much appreciated.
How long do you need, sir?
I get paid in 2 weeks, so once I get paid, I can pay the
14
full amount at once.
14 days to pay.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Of course, I don't have to do anything else. I just wanted to make sure because I'm on a
Nope,
phone call
You're
right now.
free,
so-
I made a
okay.
note in the file. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. What happened to Mr. Walker?
He looks like he's in with Virginia.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Francis, this is 23 HR 029440D. This is Huron Township versus Carly Francis. State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Carly Francis.
Ms. Francis, which court-appointed attorney did you speak to this morning?
His name is Jeff.
Mr. Bowditch appears to be in, maybe meeting with someone else. I'll hold the file here until he pops back out. We'll get your case called and hopefully get you on with your day
Okay.
soon. Thank you. Mr. Bolahana's office, good morning.
Good morning. Greg is actually in front of Judge Edwards in the Third Circuit. He ran over. This wasn't expected. I'm sorry.
Circuit Court beats District Court. Mute yourself, and when I see him come out, I'll get his case called, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. These are 22 HR 13051 A, B, C, and D. These are Huron Township versus Antoine Hirsch. May I have your appearance, please?
Yeah, Roy Stanley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Your Honor, this is a date and time. It looks like on my docket sheet, motion to set aside. And then there's a remote arraignment pretrial. I'm not sure how the motion got there. My client indicated that he called the court at some point about these matters. Because I know that they were in default, but my client indicates that it wasn't him who was actually driving his car and that it was somebody else. And that once he found out that there were these charges, then he called the court. So I don't know if the court can provide any clarification of what this motion to set aside is about.
Mr. Nunley, I cannot. I reviewed the matters and I saw them listed as motions to set. Mr. Hirsch, state your name for me, sir.
Antoine Hirsch.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, I saw them as motions to set aside, and I think that the staff did that based on Mr. Hirsch's call to the court. It appears that it was on March the 13th, 2023, where he indicated that he had proof that he was not the person who was there at the date and time that the citation was issued, that the citation is for a car that is not his, that he drives a Charger, and the ticket was written for as a Cherokee. And I think that was part of why it's labeled the way that it is. That being the case, did that help at all?
Yeah, I spoke with Ms. Foley Carter and explained to her my client's position. And she suggested that we adjourn this so that she can contact the officer, see if there's any available video from the stop. And then, if not, maybe see if she can get the officer to appear for identification purposes to try to clear the matter up. So I guess I would be asking that the court set aside the defaults on the 3 files, the A, C, and D file. So that, if this indeed wasn't my client, which, he's adamant that it wasn't, he doesn't wrongfully get hit with these charges and points.
The court will set aside the defaults in the civil infractions. As for the misdemeanor matter, Mr. Hirsch, the court sets your bond at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but please continue to appear as directed by the court until these matters are resolved. We will adjourn the pretrial to
April 27th at 9:30.
Your
Is that
Honor,
enough
if
time?
possible, he has a matter on the April 26th for like a headlight issue. Is there any way to get this before, or is that the earliest date?
April 26th is the state day.
Is there nothing available like the week before or days before?
No,
Okay,
this hearing date, the next hearing date is not till the 27th.
okay, gotcha.
April 27th at 9:30, back here on Zoom, back here with me, Mr. Hirsch. There is a note on the front of the file, Mr. Hirsch, that you owe the court a total of $1,470 on some prior outstanding matters. Oh, you know what? Scratch that, because it involves these B, C, and D files. There's $480, Mr. Hirsch, on a failure to display from 2021. Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hirsch, for that 480 on the failing to display, you can call the court, speak to the collections department, set a payment plan. You can go online. There's a drop-down button that says submit request for payment plan, or you can come into the court and make a payment plan. Good luck to you, sir. I will see you on April the 27th.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. This is a recall of the Francis matter, 23HR029440D.
Ready, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Miss Francis. Miss Francis, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Carly Francis.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for an arraignment in this matter. We would waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case. Miss Francis wishes to plead guilty to an added count of operating while impaired, with the understanding her original charge would be dismissed.
Ms. Francis, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your plan to plead guilty to the added count of operating while impaired.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, I am.
Ma'am, is it true that on March the 18th, 2023, in Huron Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Foley Carter?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while impaired. The original charge of operating while intoxicated will be dismissed. As is this course, I'm sorry, ma'am, this was your first appearance. There was a not bond previously. Your bond is $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but the next step in these proceedings based on your plea of guilty to the operating while impaired is a referral to the probation department for your screening and development of your sentence recommendation. Ma'am, they will be calling and emailing you. Please respond to their phone calls and submit to the interview. Once they have a sentence recommendation developed, they will schedule the matter for sentencing. You will come back here to courtroom 1 on that date and time for the imposition of sentence. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Francis, thank you for your patience this morning, ma'am. You have a good day. Again, please respond when probation calls you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Francis.
Thank you.
These are 23HR02588 A and B. These are Huron Township versus Stephen Goldman. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Yes, Stephen Goldman.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in these matters. I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch. How are we proceeding, sir?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Goldman is going to plead responsible to a speeding ticket, 1 to 5 over. The other charge would be dismissed.
Mr. Goldman, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding that the misdemeanor failing to display license would be dismissed and that you would be pleading responsible to the speeding ticket.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No.
Are you pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on March 10th, 2023 in Huron Township, you were speeding 1 to 5 miles per hour over the posted speed limit?
Yes.
Satisfied?
Satisfied,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Bowditch?
Yes,
Mr.
satisfied.
Goldman, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the speeding ticket and will impose a fine of $130, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes. Can I set a payment plan up?
Absolutely, sir. You're going to see an invitation to go into the breakout room. There will be a clerk named Maria there. She will help you set a payment plan for the $130 on the speeding ticket. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Please go in for your conversation with Maria. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. This is 23HR 03109OT. This is Huron Township versus David Adams. Mr. Adams, please state your name for the record, sir.
State your name for the record.
Okay. My name is David Adams. I am partially
Mr. Adams.
deaf.
Go ahead.
I'm partially deaf, so I'm requesting permission for my granddaughter to help me interpret.
Are you able to hear me right now, Mr. Adams?
Are you able to hear her right now?
I can hear sometimes, and then sometimes it sounds like you're in a tunnel.
Mr. Adams, the way the court staff has you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
You're waiving your right to the attorney.
I am taking, yes, I'm waiving my right to attorney, please.
Put you in right
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Ms. Foley Carter?
Have you spoke to the prosecutor?
No.
Yes, that was the lady before.
Oh, yes, I did.
Was there an agreement reached in this matter?
What was the agreement reached in the matter?
She's recommended a civil, what was the word?
So this is supposed to be a misdemeanor because it's disobeying a
Ma'am,
police officer. I'm sorry.
But she,
No, I'm
she
sorry.
said
It might
she's
be
gonna recommend
helpful
a
if he
civil-
talks to an attorney.
they came to an agreement to take it down to civil infraction for
That's right, we're down. Thank you.
disobeying traffic.
Yes.
And it's 2 points on his license. That's what the prosecutor said. He just can't hear.
Mr. Adams, raise your right hand for me, sir.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear that I try to only speak the truth.
You
But
may
I
put your
swear.
hand down.
You can put your
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you put the device closer to him, I'd rather him hear me than him see me.
Okay.
Thank you.
See if you can hear
Mr.
me.
Adams,
Yes,
it's your understanding and agreement that you will be pleading responsible to the added count of disobeying a traffic control device?
So that's the traffic infraction of disobeying the traffic.
yes,
And that the misdemeanor would be dismissed?
it's going to be dismissed.
That's what the agreement was.
Yeah, that was
She's
what the
asking
agreement
you.
was with the one I talked to before, yes. To a civil infraction.
Mr. Adams, is it true that on March 23rd, 2023 in Huron Township, you disobeyed a traffic control device?
Yes,
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the civil infraction. The misdemeanor is dismissed.
yes, thank you.
The court will impose fines and costs of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I paid that already. I paid the 180 already.
There's no payment in the, when did you pay that, sir?
So what?
When did you pay that? You paid the citation ticket they gave you. When did you pay that?
I don't remember what day it was. It would be on my phone, but
If there's an additional charge,
Judge, that was voided because the case was not sentenced.
okay, so that payment was voided. It wouldn't have gone through. So you're gonna have to repay it.
but it did. Oh, well, I can look on
Ma'am?
my,
Ma'am,
Yes.
go into the breakout room with Maria so she can explain what happened, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
so I can repay it again.
Well, we're gonna go in a breakout room so they can explain it to you. I just don't remember how to do that.
But it wasn't voided, it was
Okay.
paid.
These are 21SU00312 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Jennifer Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
Roy Snelly on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. At this time, we'd waive a formal reading for purposes of the arraignment. For purposes of the pre-trial, Mr. Young has offered to allow Ms. Smith to plead responsible to the added charge of double parking for $275 in exchange for dismissal of the original two charges.
Ms. Smith, state your name for
Yes.
the record, please, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Jennifer Smith.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding that you will be pleading responsible to the added count of double parking and that the two operating the off-road vehicle on the roadway and the operating without a helmet and goggles will be dismissed.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Correct.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yeah, the double parking and dropping the two?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible to double parking?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on August the 14th, 2021 in Sumter Township, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking, dismisses the 2 misdemeanors. As indicated by Mr. Nunley previously, the fine in this matter will be $275. The court is able to apply the bond that you previously posted. Would you need more than 5 days to pay the remaining balance?
Can I ask what is the remaining balance after bond?
$125, ma'am.
That's what I have to pay?
Yes, ma'am. It's a total of $275. There's a bond of $150 posted.
Okay. Can I at least have 30 days?
Ma'am, we're gonna send you, we'll send you into the breakout room. Maria will be able to put you on a payment plan. Anything else in this case, Mr. Young?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Just wait for that invitation going to the breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Maria will get you taken care of. This is a
Thank you.
recall of 2, you're welcome.
I really
This is a
appreciate
recall
it.
of
Have a
2
great day.
You too, ma'am. Thank you. This is a recall of 23 HR 02519 A and B and 20 HR 10016 AOT. These are all Huron Township versus Eugene Walker. Mr. Walker, unmute yourself, state your name for me, sir.
Eugene Walker, how are you, Your Honor?
Thank you. Mr. Walker, the way the court staff have you identify indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to get this stuff taken care of and leave.
Sir, it's your intention to proceed on your own this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor, Ms. Foley Carter?
Yes, ma'am. She's lovely. Thank you.
Ma'am, Ms. Foley Carter, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, Mr. Walker now has a valid driver's license. We will be moving to dismiss the 2020 drove while license suspended and amending the 2023 drove while license not valid to allowed unlicensed driver to drive and dismissing the limited access speed 11 to 15 over.
I'm sorry, dismissing the civil infraction for what?
Limited access speed 11 to 15 over on the 2023 case. I believe the 2020 case is all defaulted with the civil infractions.
You're dismissing the 2023 civil infraction outright.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Foley Carter this morning. And it is your understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive in the 2023 case.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
You pleaded guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Walker, is it true that on March 8th, 2023 in Huron Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Foley Carter?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and dismisses the driving while license not valid, along with the speeding civil infraction from that same date and time. The court will impose a fine in this matter of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory Crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I need a month.
Mr. Walker, you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria from the Collections Department to set a payment plan on this matter. Anything else, Ms. Foley Carter?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Walker, before you go into collections?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your patience, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Ms. Foley.
Certainly.
Mr. Hare.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 20HR11177 ALT. This is Huron Township versus Christopher George Hare. Hare. Please turn your video on and state your name for the record.
My name is Christopher.
Mr. Hare, when you stop driving, I'll circle back to your case and recall it.
Okay.
And have your cap off and be ready for court.
Roger.
Thank you. M. Grant. Oh.
Same.
These are 23SU00324 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Jamari Boudry. Take your cap off for me, please. May I have your appearances?
Robert Young, Your Honor, Sumter Township.
Mr. Boudry, are
Mr.
you at work? Is that a hard hat?
Yes, ma'am.
Which attorney did you speak to this morning?
I'm not sure of his name. I'm sorry.
What did he look like?
He spoke to Mr. Bowditch, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sit tight. Mr. Bowditch is in a breakout room. When he comes back, I'll circle back and recall your case, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In the meantime, there were a number of cases scheduled for show cause this morning at 8 o'clock. It is now. Mr. Boudry,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bowditch is back. Mr. Bowditch, may I have your appearance in this matter, please? This is Jamari Boudry. Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
In the matter of Jamari Boudry, are you ready to proceed, sir?
That's not one of mine, Your Honor. I have Miss Ezel.
Maybe it's Mr. Nunley. Mr. Nunley with Jamari Boudry? Thank you,
Yep.
sir.
That is me, Royce Nunley, on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. Purposes of the pretrial, he's going to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor of reducing the driving while license suspended to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, and dismissal of the speeding charge in exchange for a responsible plea to double parking for $325.
Mr. Boudry, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, Is your intention to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and responsible to double parking?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that your original charges would be dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. Oops. You understand if I accept your plea, you will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I'm sorry. My audio cut out.
The question is, if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible.
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on March the 26th, 2023 in Sumter Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it also true on that day, March 26, 2023, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your pleas accordingly. And Mr. Nunley, the double parking you said was?
325, Your Honor.
325, thank you. Mr. Boudry, 325 on the double parking, which is the B file. And on the A file, the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, there will be a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims. There's $50 mandatory state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $345 for that case. It's a total of $670 in the both cases for today. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Nunley, unless there's anything further.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Boudry, you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria from the collections department. She'll be able to set you on the payment plan this morning. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Mr. Bolahanis, are you ready, sir?
Yes, Mr. Hare is ready.
I didn't ask you, Mr. Hare. I asked Mr. Bolahanis.
Oh, wow, sorry.
That's okay. I'll be back with you in just a moment.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you ready with Mr. Atkins, or do you need to speak to the prosecutor, sir?
Yeah, may I speak to the prosecutor?
Absolutely. We'll get you into a breakout room with him. We'll recall 20HR11177A Huron Township versus Hare. Now, Mr. Hare, state your name for me, sir.
My name's Christopher Hare.
Mr. Hare, the way the staff have you labeled indicates that you've waived your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, right now, I pretty much, I guess I'm going to continue to
Mr. Hare? Mr. Hare?
Yes.
Whatever you're doing, would you please stop, because I can't hear you. Your audio keeps breaking up, sir.
Okay. I was saying that I talked to the prosecutor and they said they're just gonna combine my cases. I have another case on the 24th and was asking if this one can get continued to then.
Ms. Foley Carter?
That is correct, Your Honor. Mr. Hare has similar matters out of Huron Township and scheduled for pretrial on 24th. I was hoping the cases could run together.
On the 24th?
Yeah, it's with Magistrate Hinman. If not, if I could get those cases bundled back to your docket so that all the cases could go together.
They're your cases, so would you rather this case go back on the magistrate docket, or would you rather the magistrate cases come to the judge?
Whichever you'd prefer, Judge.
I have no preference. I'm here Monday through Friday, Ms. Foley Carter. How do you want to do it?
Can we put it on the 24th, and then if things go sideways, we can always put it back on your docket?
No, once you leave me, you can't come back, ma'am. That's it. Nope.
Sorry.
What time on the 24th?
I don't know. Mr. Hare, do you know?
I believe it's hold on, let me- I believe it is on the 24th at 10 a.m.
So
It's on the
Mr. Hare, what
24th at
we'll
10 a.m.
do, thank you. Mr. Hare, what I wrote in the file is that we are adjourning the arraignment and pretrial of this felon to display from October of 2020 to April the 24th at 10 a.m. I put number 4 because I don't know what Magistrate Hemmons' room number is. And you can take up all these matters at that time. I see on the front of the file that you owe a balance of $920 and some unrelated other matters, but you can take all of this up on April the 24th without him and at 10 a.m., okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Have a good
Thank you.
day. Mr.
Yep, you
Boudreaux,
too.
you're supposed to be in the room with Maria setting a payment plan, sir.
I did not get a link to join.
Mary Ellen will try it again, get you in with Maria. Thank you. This is this can't be right. There's 185168. A Megan Ezel Hall.
Ready, Your Honor.
I am, hold on one second. Take your cap off, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. That was.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch, I'm looking for the 1-8 file.
Your Honor, my device may be running out of power, but I brought a second one with me. So if I zoom out here, I'll be zooming right back in on another device.
Thank you, sir. I know that I had that 185168 file and now I can't seem to find it, but we will proceed.
It is an operating while intoxicated, Your Honor.
Oh, not mine.
They're just
Your
looking.
appearances, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Miss Ezel. Miss Ezel, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Megan Marie Ezel Hall.
Miss Hall, I apologize. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for arraignment in this matter. We've waived formal reading and stand mute. We've had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. Miss Ezel Hall would be wishing to plead guilty to an added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive her vehicle with the understanding the original charge, which I misspoke of earlier, is driving while license suspended, not drunk driving, Your Honor. I apologize. But the driving while license suspended will be turned into allowing an unlicensed driver. I apologize, Ms. Hall.
Thank you. Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, it's your intention to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I think that's it. Anybody
And
else?
ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bowditch, you have to help me. I can't seem to find the file. I need the date and time. I'm sorry, the date of the driving offense.
Your Honor, I apologize. I don't have it. Maybe Mr. Young would have it.
I don't have it. I can check with the office. I'm here at the police station.
Your Honor, on that date, Ms. Ezell was driving, her license was suspended, and we're going to plead to allowing.
Do you want me to look it up, Judge? Peter.
It'll take me out, Mr. Young, I'll do it. It'll take 2 seconds.
All right. She can't, you can ask Sue back there for that file right there.
Ma'am, is it true that on December 18, 2018, in Sumter Township, you allowed the unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Any comment before fines and costs are imposed, Mr. Bowditch?
Other than that, this is a 2018 case. Since then, she's got her license back. Everything's fine.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345. There is a bond in place in this matter of $150. The court is able to apply the bond to the outstanding matter. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the balance?
The bond I paid was $300. I had to pay $300 per warrant, which was $600 total that day. I do have a receipt for both of them. I did miss the one court date, so I know that $300 gone, but I did pay.
Have you resolved, ma'am, have you resolved the bond in the other case?
I have a second case that's supposed to be scheduled for this upcoming Monday. That's a different case, but this warrant I paid $300 on. Does the full $300 go towards the balance of $345?
You had a case that was scheduled on Monday, April 10th that you failed to appear for.
Right, that's the one I asked them to reschedule. That's I have to pay $150 to waive that warrant until court, correct?
But what I'm saying is if that case has not been resolved, that bond still applies and tracks with that case. It's this case that has a $150 bond. I'm looking at the receipt stapled in the front of the file.
Hold on. I have my receipt on me right. I have my receipt on me right here. I did pay $300 for this bond as well. Yes, ma'am, because I had to pay $600 in total.
Ma'am, I can only go by what I see on the file, and it's only $150. If you have other cases where you are in warrant status, those bonds would have been placed on those files to lift those warrants.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you won't pay more, you won't pay the same thing twice. I'll put the file on the side so we can look into it further. But you're free to go at this time. We'll put the plea in on this file, okay?
Okay, and how do I set up a payment arrangement for the rest of that? Is there a way to do that?
Well, ma'am, I'd rather us straighten out whatever it is on this end. If you're showing that you've posted more than what we're showing, I'd rather not do that.
Okay,
But when you went into the
break.
breakup, I can't hear you.
I just wanted to make sure everything's taken care of, that's all. Okay.
I know, we'll try to do that. When you went into the breakout room this morning, you verified your phone number with our court staff. So we have a means to get in contact with you once we are sure what it was that you posted, what file it should apply to, okay? You can set a payment plan at that time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you. These are 23SU00161 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Rex Atkinson. May I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Gregory Boulahanis on behalf of Rex Atkins.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Rex Alexander Atkinson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Boulahanis, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're requesting a final pretrial date so we can review the discovery.
Can we start with the arraignment part, Mr. Boulahanis?
We waived the reading of the complaint. The client stands mute. We'd ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Thank you.
It's doing it backwards there, Your Honor.
It's fine. It's Thursday. Mr. Atkinson, the court will set your bond at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Boulahanis, I heard you indicate that you're looking for a final pretrial date. That date will be
April 27th at 9:40.
Your Honor, the prosecutor was looking for sometime in May, and I don't have any objection to that. If you have a date in May.
May 11th at 9 o'clock.
Other than May 11th, because I'll be out of town on May 11th.
Mr.
I'm
Boulahanis.
out of
you're
town
way
May
too
7th to
picky.
11th. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's May the 25th.
That's my day.
Is there any other day in May, Your Honor?
No, June 8th.
June 8th is perfect, Your Honor.
At 8:40.
That'd be beautiful.
Mary Ann, that sounds so early. June 8th at 8:40 back here on Zoom in number 1 with me. Anything else, Mr. Young?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Boulahanis?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Atkinson, you have a good day, sir. I'll see you on June the 8th.
You too, Your Honor.
Your Honor, you and your staff and Mr. Young as well have a great day.
Yep, thank you.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
if you stumble across that 185168 file, would you put it on the side? There's
Yes.
something amiss. Thank you.
I think she got it.
In December.
And she got another one with 22 also.
Okay.
This is 23 SU 00325OT. This is Sumter Township versus Larnell Ross. May I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor. I thought
Ross?
Mr. Nunley was on.
Is that who it is? They
Yes.
don't, it just says MIDC. Thank you. Mr. Belinsky? This is 23SU00333OM, Sumter Township versus Teddy Henry Belinsky.
What time do you show that one scheduled for, Your Honor?
1040.
Oh, do you have that one?
Mr. Belinsky, state your name for me, please, sir.
Can you speak a little louder?
State your name for me, sir.
open burning.
Okay, what do you want me to tell you?
State your name, sir.
Oh, Teddy Belinsky.
Mr. Belinsky, did you speak to a court-appointed attorney this morning?
He spoke to Mr. Nunley, Your Honor.
Thank you. For the formal hearing, is it Basque?
Baskey, yes.
Baskey. Ms. Baskey, have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Briefly, just a transfer.
She is here. Are we having the hearing this morning, or did you reach a resolution?
No, she said she was just transferring me to this room.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
We're having the hearing, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, my records indicate that once Mr. Nunley comes back, once Mr. Belinsky and Ms. Ross are taken care of, that completes my day. Unless you have.
And I don't want to start the formal hearing knowing that that's the case. If he pops out, I want to call Mr. Ross and Mr. Belinsky. So Ms. Baskey, I'm going to have you sit tight. We have some earlier scheduled matters that we're waiting for the attorneys. I'll get back to you as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And just so we're clear, there is a Haddix who has waived MIDC. There's Mr. Belinsky and there's Mr. Ross. Everything else will now be deemed, this 11/22, everything else now will be deemed either as failing to appear and either set for show cause or bench warrants will issue. There is no one else in this court's virtual main session. There are no other persons in the court's breakout rooms. Is Officer Ramsey still in there with you, Mr. Belinsky?
I'm not sure if he's here or not. Mr. Ramsey?
Officer Ramsey. Officer Ramsey, is there anyone else waiting to come in this morning for Huron or Sumter?
No.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I may sign out because I'm just about out of power.
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is a recall of 23SU003250T, Sumter Township versus Ross. May I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants, Your Honor.
State your name, Mr. Ross.
Larnell Ross.
Thank
Okay.
you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, he's going to accept the offer of pleading responsible to the reduced charge of double parking in exchange for dismissal of the expired license.
Mr. Ross, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes.
And Mr. Nunley, explain the rights you'd be waiving by entering this plea, sir. Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Mr. Nunley, explain the rights you'd be waiving by entering this plea. That's a question.
For me?
Yes, Mr. Ross, did Mr. Nunley explain the right you be
Oh, yes,
waiving
yes,
by
yes.
entering this plea?
I'm sorry,
Thank
yes.
you. And sir, that's okay. Is it true that on March 26, 2023 in Sumter Township, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ross, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking and will dismiss the driving while licenses expired misdemeanor. The plea form indicates that the fine in this matter is $300. Is that correct, Mr. Nunley?
It was $200, I believe.
$200. Mr. Ross, do you need more than 5 days to pay?
yes,
Mr. Ross, you'll see an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria to set a payment plan. Please go there with her to set the payment plan of the $200 for the double parking. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Ross, you have a good day, sir.
all right, thanks, you too.
Thank you. This is 23SU00333OM, Sumter Township versus Teddy Henry Belinsky. May I have your appearances, please?
Robert Young, Sumter Township, Your Honor.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. Mr. Belinsky, please state your name for the record.
Oh, I gotta say my,
Mr.
Teddy Henry
Belinsky,
Bel-
just say your name, sir. Thank you.
Teddy Henry Belinsky.
Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding this morning?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, he has agreed to plead guilty under advisement for 1 year. And the victim in this case would have 60 days to file for any restitution that has not already been paid.
Coupled with one
Mr.
other matter, Mr. Nunley, if you recall, absolutely no burning on the
Oh, right.
property.
Yep, the condition that there will be no burning for an entire year whatsoever.
Mr. Belinsky, raise your right hand for me, please, sir.
Okay,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
that's right.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the penalties. Mr. Belinsky, do you understand what you're being charged with?
Yeah,
And sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the open burning violation.
yes, on my own property.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
No, no. Is there something wrong with the volume or is it me, Officer Ramsey?
No, it's,
God,
he has a hard time of hearing.
that's right.
The
Mr.
volume is
Belinsky,
fine.
Yeah.
thank
okay.
you. Mr. Belinsky, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I guess, yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Jury selection.
Mr. Belinsky, is it true that on March 28, 2023 in Sumter Township, you were burning?
yes, a little grass fire on my property.
Mr. Nunley, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Mr. Belinsky, is it true that on date the fire spread to your neighbor's home?
That's right. It went through underneath the cyclone fence.
Okay, and it caught the trampoline on fire?
Yeah, the bottom of it.
Okay, I'm satisfied, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Young, satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Belinsky, the court will accept your plea to the open burning. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 12 months. Sir, during that 12 months, you are to incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan. Additionally, you are to not burn at all on the property.
Yes,
The
I hear
court will
you.
impose costs in this matter of $200. The complainant, the victim in this case has 60 days to make an application for restitution to this court. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $200? Mr. Belinsky, do you
Yes.
need more than 5 days to pay $200?
I can pay it today.
The file, well, the clerks have to put the resolution in the file, but we'll make a notation. It says 5 days to pay, but you can do that. Anything else, Mr. Nunley, in this matter?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Belinsky, thank you, sir.
Okay,
Have a good day.
you too.
Thank you. This is 23 HR 03110 OT. This is Huron Township versus Donovan Haddix. Sir, would you state your name for me, please? You're muted.
Your Honor, Mr. Gregory and I are gone. Thank you for the day.
Donovan Matthew Haddix.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Young. Good to see you.
Alrighty.
Officer Gregory. Mr. Haddix, I'm sorry. He was originally listed as waived MIDC. Is he represented by you now, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke. with
My
him.
apologies.
That's okay. For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, he's decided to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor of pleading responsible to disobeying a traffic control device in exchange for dismissal of the disobey police officer misdemeanor.
Mr. Haddix, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You have the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after that conversation, sir, you wish to plead responsible to the added count of disobeying a traffic control device.
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Understood. Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, Judge.
Sir, is it true that on March 23rd, 2023, in Huron Township, you failed to obey a traffic control device?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Foley Carter?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Haddix, the court accepts your plea to the added count of failing to obey a traffic control device and will dismiss the misdemeanor of failing to obey a traffic order from a police officer. The court will impose a fine in this matter of $200. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
Thank you. 5 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Foley Carter?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haddix, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Calling 23HR 00510. This is Huron Township versus Lachelle Baskey. May I have your appearances, please?
Caitlin Foley Carter on behalf of Huron Township, Your Honor.
Officer Mark Grant, Huron Township Police.
Ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
Lachelle Baskey.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the formal hearing in this matter. Is Huron Township ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Ms. Baskey, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Foley Carter, you have all necessary documents and witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Baskey, you have all necessary documents and witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Foley Carter, do you have an opening statement?
We waive opening statement, Your Honor.
Ms. Baskey, do you have an opening statement or do you wish to reserve it until after the close of the prosecution's case?
I'd like to reserve it, please.
Thank you. Ms. Foley Carter, your case, please proceed.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Mark Grant to the proverbial stand.
Officer Grant, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed with your witness, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, can you state your name for the record, please?
Officer Mark Grant.
And Officer Grant, how are you employed?
I'm employed by Huron Township Police
How long have you been employed with the township?
since 2014.
And were you employed in a similar capacity elsewhere prior to your employment with the township?
I retired from the Wayne County Sheriff's Department in 2014.
And how long were you with the sheriff's department before retiring?
Since 1992.
What are your general duties as a police officer with the department?
General traffic enforcement, and commercial vehicles.
And were you on duty on January 12th of this year at approximately 3:15 in the afternoon?
I was.
And at that time, what were you doing?
I was doing a bus detail. I was following bus 45 on its stops on Sibley Road within the township.
Great. And were you in a fully marked police vehicle?
Yes, I was in a marked police vehicle.
And at about that time, did you have the occasion to conduct a traffic stop?
I did.
What happened?
I was following bus 45 from the area of Vining eastbound. The bus approached its last stop on Sibley Road, which is right there at Sibley and Merriman, big white house. The yellow lights came on the bus. The bus was still doing posted speeds. Traveled a few hundred feet as it was slowing. It slowed down, made a complete stop in front of the residence. The red lights activated on the bus. The door opened, sign came out. As the door was opening and the sign come out, I observed a 2017 GMC Terrain, black in color, past the bus in violation of the red lights, going westbound on the opposite side of the road. I made a U-turn, made a traffic stop on the GMC, identified Miss Baskey as the driver, and issued her citation for disobeying the red lights on a school bus. The citation issued states in the law that the operator of the vehicle overtaking or meeting a school bus that has stopped and is displaying two alternately flashing red lights located at the same level shall bring the vehicle to a full stop not less than 20 feet from the school bus and shall not proceed until the school bus resumes motion or the visual signals are no longer activated. The reason I stopped her is the flashing yellow lights were on long before the bus stopped. She had plenty of time to see the flashing red or yellow lights. She had plenty of time to see the bus stopping. And when the bus stopped, activated the red lights, and she was not on the side of it, she was still in front of it. She passed it in violation of it. That's why the citation was issued.
Thank you, officer. Was your in-car video activated at that time?
Yes, it was.
And do you happen to know if it recorded the incident?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to play a short video.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hopefully I can do this correctly. Officer Grant, are you familiar with the video that was just played?
I am. It's a little jittery. It doesn't show it perfectly. If you could back it up and play it again, see if it smooths out. Because you can, as the bus is coming to a stop, you can clearly see the inside lights, which are the yellow lights. It's a distance from the White House where it's going to stop. Then the red lights activate on the outside when it comes to a complete stop, as another car comes by, and then Miss Baskey comes by as the door is opening to offload kids. And when those red lights come on, everything happens at the same time. The bus comes to a stop, the red lights come on, the door opens, sign comes out, everything's on the same switch. So it all happens at the same time.
Was the second viewing of the video more clear?
Yeah, it was a little clearer for me.
All right. And was that video taken from the camera in your police vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And is that video a true and accurate representation of the incident?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will move for admission of the video based upon the foundation that has been offered in support.
Any objection, Ms. Baskey?
Yes, I do object to it.
You object to the court receiving the video?
Not the video, I apologize. Not the video, but
Thank
the
you.
perception of it. Thank you.
The court will receive the video.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am going to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you.
All right, Officer Grant, based on the traffic violation, did you initiate a traffic stop?
I did.
And did you approach the vehicle?
I did.
And who was in the vehicle?
I identified Miss Baskey by her Michigan driver's license.
And did you tell her the reason for the stop?
I did.
And what was the reason?
For the violation of the red lights on the school bus.
And did you issue a citation?
I did.
And what was that citation for?
It was for the school bus overtaking, meeting, or passing flashing red lights.
Thank you, officer. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Baskey, do you have any questions for Officer Grant? This is not your testimony. This is questions regarding his testimony.
I do not believe so.
Thank you. Officer Grant, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Foley Carter, do you have another witness?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Baskey, are you ready for testimony or do you have another witness?
No, I'm ready. Thank you.
Raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your testimony, ma'am.
Okay, as I was approaching the bus, I saw the white lights go across the top of the bus. I had not yet seen any red light until I literally was parallel to the bus. Then I saw the red lights around the stop signs and the stop signs starting to come out as I was already parallel. I did not see anything else other than that. When I passed, then I was pulled over. However, when I looked at the video as well, you can see that the stop sign was not out at that point, therefore no red lights. From my perspective, I could not see anything till I got parallel, and that's when all the red lights on the sign of the stop sign came. And I could see it at that point starting to come out. I did not see the red lights. I absolutely would never have passed a bus. I have 6 children, and it's very important to me. So I would never do it intentionally or try and speed past. I was not in a hurry. And I was just proceeding because if I would have even if I would have seen it, Your Honor, I couldn't have stopped and slammed on my brakes in time, even if I could have saw it, because it was literally parallel with me. So that's the truth. That's all I've been saying this whole time. I did not see it. And I would never have passed it if it was stopped. And I could visualize that stop ever. And I have nothing else to say. His perspective was way different than my perspective because I did not see a sign. And in the video, you could see there's no sign out. And I didn't see any red lights until I was parallel. That's all. I don't have anything else. That's just the fact. That's the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Foley Carter, any questions for Ms. Baskey?
I have no questions for Ms. Baskey.
Thank you. Ms. Baskey, do you have any other evidence to present this morning?
I do not. I attempted to get the bus information and video, but I'm homeless. I don't have a place to work, so I can't even get that stuff. I don't know where I'm at from one day to the next. So no, I do not.
Thank you. Any closing, Ms. Foley Carter?
Your Honor, the people would like to recall Officer Grant just for a moment.
Officer Grant, you remain under oath. Your questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Grant, based on the video that we saw, there were flashing yellow lights as the bus was coming to a stop. Are those lights the same lights that appear in the front of the bus?
Yes, there are no white lights in the front of the bus. The yellow lights are activated as the bus is stopping, just as an intersection would, letting you know that the light is going to turn red. Just because as an intersection, just because you're doing 40 miles an hour when the lights turn red doesn't give you the right of way through the intersection or by the bus. The yellow lights come on, letting you know that it's coming to a stop, that you need to begin slowing down and give the due care and caution that a school bus requires.
And did Miss Bask slow down during that yellow portion of the lights?
No, she did not.
And did she proceed through when the lights changed to red?
Yes, she did. In the law, the stop sign is a visual indicator. The law clearly states the flashing red lights. It says nothing about the stop sign. You're required to stop for the red lights.
And those red lights that we saw in the video on the back of the bus are the same red lights that are shown on the front of the bus as well?
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Baskey, do you have any additional questions for Officer Grant?
Other than the fact that I wondered why he didn't get the first car that was ahead of me, even like just like milliseconds before me. I mean, that's the only thing I have. I don't have anything else. What I have is my statement, and all I saw was what I saw. And I just recall looking at white lights. I don't know if it was just because, I don't know, but that's my recollection, was they were white lights at the top of the bus. If they were yellow, they were yellow. I didn't even notice they were the color. Honestly, it was just white is all I saw. So no, I don't, other than that.
Is that a question you want Officer Grant to answer?
No, it's just forget it. It's not even.
No,
it's
it was,
moot
I
point.
wasn't saying to forget it,
Okay,
but
no,
the way
I
you
know.
asked it, I wasn't
No.
sure. Okay.
It was so soon in between. Like it's the same exact lights that I saw, this guy saw. So that's why I wonder, but it's okay.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Foley Carter?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Baskey?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Grant. The court has had the opportunity to hear from Officer Grant this morning and Ms. Baskey and review the video. And the video is clear that on January 12th, 2023 in Huron Township, the defendant in this case, Ms. Lachelle Baskey, did meet and or overtake a school bus that had flashing red lights activated at the time that she overtook and or passed that particular school bus. The court will find her responsible and impose the fine of $195. Ma'am, you had previously posted a bond to have the matter scheduled for formal hearing. The court is able to apply that bond and close out the file if that's how you wish to proceed.
Is the 195 all, or is it the points as well? Because I'm just going to give up my license at this point. Can't afford the insurance. Okay. I don't
was gonna
know.
say, the court doesn't do the points, that's the Secretary of State. But once the conviction, well, once the finding of responsible enters, that's. Anything else, Ms. Foley Carter?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Baskey?
No.
That concludes this matter. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Officer.
There were show causes scheduled this morning at 8 o'clock. We have the failures to appear. Mary Ann and Maria and Ms. Foley Carter, that's all I'll be doing, the failures to appear this morning. So unless you're hanging around for something else, you're free to go.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. There was 22 HR 11907 OI. This is Huron Township versus Alec Kyle. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. As of 11:22, when the court closed Zoom, the defendant had failed to appear. The matter stands in default. There is 23 HR 00437C. It's Huron Township versus Luana Archer. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22. Bench warrant shall now issue in this matter. 5,010%. This is 23SU00151 AOT Sumter Township versus Arthur Callaway. The matter is scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. The defendant failed to appear by 11:22. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 23SU00256 OM and 23SU00163 OM. These are Sumter Township versus Circular Investments. These matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. The defendant being a legal entity of Circular Investments, Inc. I don't know how you could possibly enter a bench warrant as to a business. This is 23HR02376B Huron Township versus Molly Delmark. The matter is scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. The defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23HR00963A. This is Huron Township versus Kyle Dubinsky. Dubisky. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. The defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 23HR02430A and B. The matters were, Huron Township versus Rafael Escavera Lopez. The matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue in both matters 5,010%. Two 23HR00992 A and D. These are Huron Township versus Tyshawn Edwards, scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue in both matters 5,010%. This is 22SU01108 BOT, Sumter Township versus Mario Gardner. Matter scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 23SU01093 B and C. These matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22. Bench warrant shall issue in both matters 5,000, 10%. Two, three HR 00783OT, Huron Township versus Makia Harrington. Matter of schedule for show cause at 8 a.m. It's not, defendant failed to appear by 11/22. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two, three HR 00939 AOT, Huron Township versus Zachariah Humasi. Matter of schedule for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two, three SU 00197 OM, 23 SU 00106 OM. These are Sumter Township versus Infinity Realty. The matters are scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Again, these are entities, Infinity Realty, Inc. Two, three HR 00317 AOT, Huron Township versus Casey Van Douglas Johnson. Matter scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Its defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two, three HR 01846 OM, Huron Township versus Tina Marie Jones. Matter scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two, three HR 00712 OT, Huron Township versus Kevin Kilgore. Matter scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two HR 07118 BOT, Huron Township versus Joshua Cow. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two, three SU 00095 AOT, Sumter Township versus Dariante Lassiter. The matter scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. Defendant failed to appear by 11/22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two, one SU 00297 AOT. This is Sumter Township versus Jordan Daniel Morgan. The matter was set for show cause regarding the bond that was previously posted in this matter. Defendant failed to appear this morning. It's now 11:59 a.m. by this court's clock. Based on the failure to appear again in this matter, warrant remains in place as regards to the in regards to the defendant, Jordan Morgan, and the bond is forfeited. This is 23HR 02116 AOT. This is Huron Township versus Nicholas Niebauer. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two HR 120540M, 22HR 119870M, and 23HR 012880M. These are Huron Township versus Danielle Lee Perez. These matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. The defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. HR 127330M, Huron Township versus Heather Posey. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. The defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. HR 020610M, Huron Township versus Mealis Robinson. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. HR 127290M, Huron Township versus Jennifer Colleen Thibault. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. 23 SU 00105B and 23 SU 00192OT. These are Sumter Township versus Anissa Thomas. The matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. Defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue in both matters 5,000, 10%. HR 01071B and A. Huron Township versus Damone Waters. The matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. The defendant failed to appear by 11:22 a.m. Bench warrant shall issue in both matters 5,000, 10%. 1921040M. Sumter Township versus Christopher Forrester, matter scheduled at 9:40. It's 12:06, defendant having failed to appear. Matter will be set for show cause. Two three SU 00223 AOT AMB Sumter Township versus Dwayne Lately. The matters were scheduled for pre-hearing and arraignment pretrial at 8:50. It's now 12:07 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file will be set for show cause and the B file will be deemed in default. Two three SU 00287 A and B Sumter Township versus Crystal and Tackett. The matters were scheduled at 8:50 for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing. It's 12:08 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file will be set for show cause and the B file will be deemed in default. Two three SU 00239 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Kayla Cooper. The matters were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:10 a.m. It's now 12:09 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Matters will be set for show cause. Two three SU 00261 A, B, and C. Sumter Township versus Terrence Loud. Matters were scheduled for 9:10 a.m. It's now 12:10 p.m. by the court clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file will be set for show cause. The B and C files will be deemed in default. These are 23SU 00251 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Larry Frazier. These matters were scheduled at 9:20 a.m. It's now 12:11 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the B file will be set for show cause and the A file will be deemed in default. Two three SU 00120 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Robert Walker. These matters were scheduled at 9:30. It's now 12:12 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the B file will be set for show cause. The A file will be deemed in default. Two three HR 02575 A and B. These are Huron Township versus Jasmine Galagos. Matters were scheduled at 9:40. It's now 12:13 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file will be set for show cause. The B file will be deemed in default. These are 23 HR 02582 A, B, C, D, and E. These are Sumter Township, Huron Township versus DeMartez Lewis. These matters were scheduled at 9:40. It is now 12:14 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the B file will be set for show cause. The accompanying civil infractions will be deemed to be in default. Two three HR 02 855. Huron Township versus Brandon McClanahan, the matter scheduled at 9:40. It's now 12:16 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two three SU 003020T Sumter Township versus Albert McCoy. Matter was scheduled at 9:40. It's now 12:16 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Matter will be set for show cause. Two three HR 028580M Huron Township versus Danny Engel. The matter was scheduled at 10 AM. It's now 12:17 PM by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. Two three HR 02733 A, B, C, and D. These are Huron Township versus Demontes Pryor. The matters were scheduled at 10 AM. It's now 12:18 PM by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the B file will be set for show cause. The remaining civil infractions will be deemed in default. Two three HR 02644 A, B, and C. These are Huron Township versus Linderick Witcher. The matters were scheduled at 10 AM. It's now 12:19 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file will be set for show cause. Civil infractions will be deemed in default. Two three HR 02191 A, B, and C. These are Huron Township versus Ronico Cheney. The matters were scheduled at 10:10 AM. It's now 12:20 PM by this court's clock. The B file defendant having failed to appear, the B file will be set for show cause. The civil infractions will be deemed in default. 23SU 00317OT. Sumter Township versus Jason Malston. Matter was scheduled at 10:20. It's now 12:22 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. Two, three, SU 00309 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Jonathan Rucker. The matters were scheduled for 10:20 AM. It's now 12:22 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file will be deemed in default and the B file will be set for show cause. It's 23SU 00334OT, Sumter Township versus Sarah Goldie. Matter was scheduled at 10:40 AM. It's now 12:23 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. It's 23SU 00238 A and B. These are Sumter Township versus Chauncey Taylor. Matters were scheduled for 9:10 AM. It's now 12:24 PM by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the B file will be set for show cause. The A file will be deemed in default.